Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namine Namah. Namaste Saraswati Deva Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatyadeshatarine Namaste Saraswati Deva Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatyadesatarine Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasari Gaura Bhaktavrinda. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Okay, so today we're going to discuss and talk about slokas, verses, Sanskrit Bengali verses, and why they're helpful to us. Thank you to Daksha for fixing the slideshow remotely. So first of all, offer our gratitude and respect to obeisances to Srila Prabhupada and all the gurus and guides and devotees who've inspired me to study Shastra, especially slokas. Om Jnana Timirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshur Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. So, first of all, we're just going to have a little look at why we would want to learn slokas. So slokas, of course, means like the verses, like learning the Sanskrit verses and then being able to remember them and recite them. So these are some of the points. They help us remember essential points of the philosophy. Okay, so these verses, they're spoken by either great sages or the Lord Himself. And there's so much meaning in them. And by remembering that, we can remember essential points of the philosophy. And we have this concept even in our, like in our primary school, we have little, what was it? I remember when I was in primary school, to remember the planets. My very easy memory jingle seems useful naming planets, something like that. Wow, that was I'm sure they have in Spanish or whatever. Italian, sorry. My bad. Italian. So we have these things normally, right? In every language, they're there. So in Sanskrit, the verses are actually written in a certain rhythm and that, and so it's much easier to remember essential points rather than just trying to remember some sort of long-winded point that we've made up ourselves. We can just learn the sloka. That exact meaning is essentially there. The second point, quoting Sanskrit verses lends authority to our classes and explanation. I remember when in Mukunda Maharaj's book, and I think I've heard him say it also personally, that when he first went to hear from Srila Prabhupada, he was struck by how authoritative the presentation of Srila Prabhupada was, because he was constantly quoting verses. He wasn't just saying, oh, I think this and this and this, I think this. And as a very, very new person, he was struck that, wow, this person is quoting from some tradition that's very old and very ancient, and there's a strong energy behind it. He's quoting these Sanskrit verses. Of course, he didn't understand what they meant at the time, but still, there was a much more authorized feeling that came across compared to if Srila Prabhupada was just speaking in English like that. So it lends weight and authority to if we're either giving a class or if we're just talking to other people about the philosophy. It lends weight. Oh, Krishna says da 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 in the Bhagavad-gita, and we can actually recite the Sanskrit. The third point, we become more fixed in the philosophy, right? We become more fixed because we're constantly associating with these words of the Lord. When we have to learn a sloka, we might repeat it 5, 10, 20 times. So we're associating with those words. It's like, wow, okay, that's what he said. We're associating with it. So it goes in, right? It's like if we want to learn an instrument, say we want to learn the piano or something, do we just sit down and practice for 30 seconds a day? Okay, done. Or do we sit there and go, okay, I have to spend a good hour a day if I want to get good at this, right? And they say good musicians practice, 3, 4, 5 hours a day. So that repetition, it goes in, it goes deeper. So when we're learning a sloka, we have to actually repeat those words multiple times, and it actually goes in. I've had the experience recently when Bharat Prabhu sold me one of those Prabhupada boxes, and I listened to, I think, 400 or something Prabhupada lectures in the space of about 6 weeks. And after that, it really started to get into my brain. I was like, my God, you are such an atheist. I realized, oh my God, like I would start to actually get the teachings just continually going in my brain. I was like, oh my God, the background basis of my brain is just completely materialistic and atheistic, Bobby's sitting there, what? She was brought up with it. So she's got this background of like, her dad saying, Om Puramana or something like that. But for the rest of us, I think most of us here, there's all this other stuff going on in our brains, right? So when we learn slokas, we really, it kind of goes in. It's not just a surface thing. It actually goes in, and so we actually become fixed in the philosophy by learning slokas, because we're going into a deeper level. We're repeating by repetition. We're getting to that level. How did we get all that nonsense in our head? Did we just go to one day primary school and they told us all about evolution and everything? No, it took us a good 12 years to get that, right? Huh? Well, if you'd going up and study biochemistry like I did, silly. Oh, I've used it in Christian service. But anyway, yes, it took us like good 12, 15, 16 years, right, to get brain whatever. Now we have to get brain washed. We have to wash it out. So the slokas are washing it out. But it's not something that happens overnight. So if we want to change that, and if we want to have what they call Shastra Chakshu, Chakshu means to see. If we want to be able to see through the eyes of Shastra, at the moment we're seeing through what? We're seeing through mass media, we're seeing through all of our past conditioning, all our education. That's how we're seeing the world, right? We look at the sun, 90 million miles away, operates through, atomic fusion, is probably going to last for 4 billion. We have all these things that are going in our head, right? I mean, we do. It's just, why are they there? If you go to a Vaishnava Bangladeshi village, person that was brought up in that, their head is just filled with, Gaura, Nitai, they don't have this stuff in their heads. So when we're from that background, we kind of need to, make some proactive things by really putting these things in our head. And then we can actually become fixed in the philosophy, and we can actually see the world through this philosophy and see the value of this philosophy to ourselves and others. So it's an important point. Number 4, we can also quote just parts of the verse, right? We can, if we just learn, and I just want to I'm talking here about why learn slokas and the word meanings. So that second part of that line, and the word meaning. So what we're talking about today is a way to learn these verses and also learn what all those words mean. That's what we're talking about, right? So if we learn what each of the words mean, we can just quote part of a verse, right? So who's heard Prabhupada doing that in a lecture? Just quote like one line of a verse, right? All of us, right? He's constantly doing that. Why is he? Why can he do that? Because he knows the meaning, right? And why does he do that? Yeah. Yes, exactly. He's getting that specific point, right? And he's going, this point, and then he can go straight on with his argument. He's not sitting there. It's somewhere in that sloka, and the sloka is like, na tvevaham jatu na samnada, and waste of time. He's just like, that specific point, right? Bang. Right? So you'll be able to do that as well. You can quote parts of the verse. Number 5, it's more inspiring and enjoyable to know the meanings of the words. How much, I remember some songs from, I'm not going to bring up songs from the 80s here in the temple, but I remember one song, it was in German, and so it meant nothing. So how much can speaking a foreign language mean to you if you don't know what it means? Right? Right? It's like, boo, I can say that, like a parrot can say it. But the parrot it doesn't go in the heart, right? But when you know what the meaning is, it's much more inspiring and very enjoyable. It's like, wow, this is awesome. Like you really get into the meaning of things. We can understand different shades of meaning, number 6, if we understand the Sanskrit. There's one sloka in, basically the first sloka in Bhagavatam, Sabai pumsam paro dharmo jato bhakti adhoktate ahaituka pratiyata yayatma suprasidati. And this sloka basically says the supreme occupation for all humanity is that by which they can render devotional service to the Lord, which is unmotivated and uninterrupted to completely satisfy the self. Recently I was listening to a lecture, and Srila Prabhupada's using that verse to say that all other religions, if they don't do that, it's not really Dharma. It's not really a good Dharma. Like they might say, oh, our Dharma is we wear a certain hat, or our Dharma is we have to carry these things, or our Dharma is, we take a certain food, a biscuit or something, we do a certain ritual, whatever it is. Srila Prabhupada uses that verse to say that's not really Dharma. According to Bhagavatam, Bhagavatam is giving higher level of Dharma. This is not really Dharma. This is some kind of Dharma, but it's not the real supreme Dharma. So he uses the verse to analyze other things. He uses it in the opposite direction. So we can do that also. We can understand many, many times, although I don't speak Sanskrit, I know the words of the slokas, and by reciting the sloka, I have some other meaning that's come. And I don't mean a different meaning like it's a totally different meaning. I just mean a different shade of meaning, because this is God's words, right? Krishna is talking these words. So how much meaning is there? He's not an ordinary person. So he's speaking, 12 words, but there's so many layers of meaning. So we can read, when we read our Acharya's commentaries, there's so many different layers of meaning that they bring out from one verse. So when you know the words, you have the chance for Krishna to reveal these slight variations and shades of meanings. If you're just learning the English translation, that's all you get pretty much. You get that translation, which is also great, of course. But the different shades of meaning come out when you understand the words. Number 7, we get the mood and the original language that the Lord spoke. So, if we're, and I think especially Chaitanya Charitamrita, for example, if we learn those Bengali slokas, it's so beautiful. Like it's like the most incredible poetry that you've ever read. So that's different to just saying, the occupational duty of every soul is to da 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 da. And that's important, of course, to know the meaning. But when you hear the Bengali, it's beautiful, and Sanskrit verses as well. Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He's the original person. Or Govindam Adi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami. It's different, right? You're actually accessing the vibration of the Lord. And number 8, if you're not convinced yet, if I haven't clobbered you with enough meanings, what do you call arguments, Srila Prabhupada did it. Enough said. I could have just given that one. Right? So we can read from his, when we hear his classes, even if he's not quoting verses, many times you can just follow the arc. He'll say something, you go, oh, that's that verse. And he'll say, oh, yeah, that's that. Like, they're just one verse to another, even though we're just speaking English. But he's just flowing from verses. So he's literally speaking scripture. He's just speaking the Shastra. All right, so let's have a look. Is there any other ideas that you guys can think of about what's a good reason to learn slokas? Good for? Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's good for when you're doing books. In what way is it good for when you're doing books? When you're talking with people, yeah. Yeah. Yes. Have you done that on books, like quoted slokas to people? Yeah. And what did they say? They're like, whoa. Yeah, they're like, whoa. Yeah. It's also good when you're doing books, like you can think about a sloka that's about book distribution or about sharing Krishna consciousness. So you can have that sloka, so that there's all this material energy going over, but you have this sloka that's just like da-da-da, and it can kind of ground you in that. Yeah. Anything else, Thomas? Yeah. Okay, that's a good one. Yeah. It's like a meditation, isn't it? Like to... you're talking about book distribution or learning slokas? Slokas, yeah. Yeah, tell us more. How does it...
Well, you kind of see how long it takes and how far away we go, and how long you go and you can even reach it. But the prior to reaching that goal comes as well. But you can say that really what happens is you say 1,000 times and finally get it.
Yeah.
And then what happens tomorrow, you can't remember the first word. You're like,
Yeah.
this I really am unintelligent.
Yeah. So it brings some humility, right? We think we can regurgitate whatever that the school system gives us, but Shastra is on another level, like Sloka is on another level, isn't it? Yeah. Yes, very good. Do you want to say this in the mic? Because there may be a couple of people listening online, right? And then they can hear us more.
When we quote it, it's almost like you then gain the ability to understand it, because it's like if you learn it in the morning or something,
yeah,
and you read the purport with it, and maybe you listen to a lecture that Prabhupada gave on that, and it's only 25 minutes, 30 minutes for that, and then you walk around with it in your shoes, and someone tells you to dig a hole and wash the pots, and then you kind of come back to it at the end of the day, and you can't remember it, and you start to learn it again. You go, oh, that's what I missed today. That's what. And it has a whole other shade of meaning. Yeah. And then a month goes by and you can't remember it, and you learn it again. You're like, oh, yeah.
And what sloka is that? What sloka does that make you think of, or concept? Does that anybody know? What he's saying, like you speak it, by speaking it, by share it to people, then you remember it.
529.
No, it's not Bhagavad-gita sloka. There's a concept. That doesn't ding any dings in your head? You said in the beginning, you said by speaking it, by telling someone, by repeating it, then you can remember it. Which one? Well, it's a sloka, but it's a very important principle. Yeah, I mean that's also there. It's not what I was thinking about, but the actual process, like you hear it, you've had to hear it first, right? And then, Veda? Yes, exactly. So you heard it. You. As soon as you said that, I'm just like, yep, that's the process. Shravanam, Kirtanam, Smaranam, right? Huh? Yeah, Shravanam, Kirtanam, Vishnu Smaranam. Yeah, exactly. So that's the process. By hearing it, then by telling someone else, what happens? You actually start to remember it, right? It comes in. Shravanam, Kirtanam, Vishnu Smaranam. Okay. So there you go. There's an example of you start to just think in slokas. Like, you just got to get that other stuff out of the brain. Sorry? Yeah, Emma, do you want to, can you pass the mic? Thanks for that.
I guess it's part of like point 4, but I think the power, the potency of the different shlokas, like what they mean and what they represent, it's also in the sound of them. That's also it's so important, like to pronounce them in the right way, and then by pronouncing them, by hearing them in the right way, they actually can become fixed in your heart, and with time they also help you like with realizing the like philosophy instead of just reading or hearing, you know, like you need to realize things. I've been realizing you need to realize things.
Yes.
And so I think, yeah, it's also, that's why it's important, because maybe you learn it and then it just stays there, but it helps with eventually in the future realize that specific concept.
For sure, yeah. And Srila Prabhupada encouraged his devotees. One time in, I think it was Japan, he spent like the whole class just going around getting all the devotees to recite the verse and then, you know, helping correct their pronunciation. Of course, there's also the story of Jayananda Prabhu where he couldn't really pronounce it very well, and finally Prabhupada laughed and said, "Don't worry, forget it, you'll never get it. Just keep doing your service, it's all good." So there's that side as well. There's both sides. We don't want to get hung up on it. Ultimately, we try to become Krishna conscious and really serve Krishna with our heart and try to please Krishna. So, but if we can, Prabhupada definitely encouraged us to be able to recite the Sanskrit nicely, etc. All right. Is there any other points on this? Anyone like to share? Yeah. That's all right. The mic's not working, so just push the button.
Hello? Yeah. If we have like this memory bank of shlokas just like in our mind, then we'll start to just see them in our day-to-day life, like our reality just playing out. Like always, we'll just be thinking of shlokas like, oh, that's that one, as you just did with Thomas. You know.
And what's
like
the sloka that? What sloka is that? What you just said?
I don't know many shlokas.
Bhagavad-gita 9.2. What's 9.2? You gonna read it for us? Yeah. No, read it from the Bhagavad-gita. 9.2. And what specific part of that sloka am I thinking of? What word? What one word is being discussed there?
Pratyaksha.
Yes, pratyaksha. Yes. You got it.
Raja Vidya Raja Guyam Bhavichnamidam Uttamam Pratyak Savagamam Dhamyam Sushukam Katum Avyayam.
Yeah, in the English? We're not quite on the level of reading Sanskrit yet.
This knowledge is the king of education, the most secret of all secrets. It is the purest knowledge, and because it gives direct perception of the self by realization.
That bit. Yeah. It is the perfection of religion, sorry.
The perfection of religion.
Yes, because why?
It is everlasting.
No. Why is it the perfection of religion?
The direct perception.
Because it gives direct perception, right, of the self by realization. Again, Emma's point, realization, right? It's literally in that sloka that by doing, by learning the Shastra, you see it, like you just see it. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, that's that. And therefore you get realization, right? In one sense, realization is when it goes to the level of the mind and the emotions, right? Gyan or theoretical knowledge is in our head. Intellectually, we all know we're not the body. Yes, we're not the body, right? Do we act on that? Do we feel that? Do we completely have total disinterest in anything to do with this material reality? And we're only completely, all our emotions are just totally on Krishna and Krishna service. Yes, that's what Chaitanya said. He's a madman. And Srivas Thakur said, you are mad, and I want also to be the same mad like you. Yeah, so this is realization when it goes into our feelings, basically. Like we feel it. We're not just saying it. We see that. We feel it. All right. Anything else? Yeah. Thank you. That's a good point. Yeah. Was there anything else further you want to say? Was that the main thing? Yeah, we see it. Yeah, we literally see it. That's Shastra Chakshush, seeing through the eyes of Shastra. Yep, Tom? Yes. Ask on the mic.
I don't know how true this is, but I've heard that Sanskrit is the original language.
It's certainly the origin of all Indo-European languages. So it means every European language except Finnish and Hungarian. So that means Russian, English, French, Italian, like all of it, Spanish, everything.
I've heard that it's
all Persian languages, everything. They're all Latin, Greek, all that. It all comes from it can all be traced back to Sanskrit.
I've heard
That's just yeah.
I've heard that it's because it's so transcendental that the vibration of each sound and actually matches what you're talking about vibrationally.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's
Yeah. I mean, yeah. It's a whole other level of language, put it that way, at least for our understanding, compared to English and whatever. It's just random random sounds. Yeah.
No, I just keep like turning it off, so like to save battery. In 9.2, it even says, this is just going off the other point.
Yeah.
Raja Vidya, it's the king of all knowledge, but Vidya it means to see. Yeah, right. Like
Yeah.
Vidya. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's just talking about to see and how knowledge knowledge is seeing it.
Yes.
That's what it is, like experiencing it and seeing it.
Comes from the same Sanskrit root as video. Vidya means knowledge, something you see, you perceived it. Yeah. Yeah. To know. Yeah. 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 All right. So let's. Yeah. Same root as Veda. Yeah. All that. All right. So let's have a look. Do a little exercise, and I'm going to share the process that I use to learn slokas, and I'm going to show you first if we don't use that process, if we just recite the sloka and then recite the English, what we get. So let's all just try together. Sarvadhaman parityajya mam ekam sharanam vraja aham tvam sarva papibhyo mokshayishyami ma shuchaha. Abandon all varieties, let's just say it together. Abandon all varieties of religion and just surrender unto me. I shall deliver you from all sinful reactions. Do not fear. How much of your intellect or kind of processing power is used by doing that? What percentage? Not much. Right? Something obviously, but how much are you engaged with that sloka? Not that much, right? All right. Now, this is the process that, and I have to give credit here to Nasrinka Vatabru, who came into the Brisbane ashram in, I guess it was about 1995, and he had a bunch of these cards with a rubber band around it. So I kind of expand on a bit on matter index thing, but this is basically the principle, is that we write the word and then we write the meaning of each word in red under it, right? So this is, I've just done it on a slide. This is how it comes. Okay? So let's try it now. We'll do it slowly. And what I want you to do is, as you're speaking the shloka, I want you to think about the English word at the same time. It's a little bit tricky, but you can do it. You're all very intelligent people. So while you're saying sarva, I want you to think of all. Right? All. You're saying sarva, but I want you to think of all. Okay? You've got an extra, because English is not even your first language. So you're kind of working with 3 languages here. You can do it. Instead of saying dharman, when you say dharman, I want you to think of religions. Parityaja, I want you to think abandoning. So we'll do it a bit slow. I just want you to think of that concept as we say it, all right? Sarva dhamman parityaja. Okay? And then, all right, we'll do it all together. So let's try it again. We're going to think of the English word while we say the Sanskrit word. All together. Sarva dharman parityaja. Are you more engaged with that? Yeah. Right? So what does sarva dharman parityaja mean? Can anyone translate that for us? Huh? Abandon all religions, right? It's simple, right? Abandon all religions. All right, second line. All together. Mam ekam sharanam vraja. Again. Mam ekam sharanam vraja. You engaging with it? Yeah? You're able to say that word sort of in your head while you're saying the other one? Let's try it one more time. Mam ekam sharanam vraja. Now let's do the two together. Sarva dhamman parityaja. Mam ekam sharanam vraja. So what do those two lines mean? So you want to have a go at a rough translation? Yeah? Yeah? Surrender unto me. There's one word I think you missed out there. Only, right? Surrender, yeah, surrender unto me only, right? Abandon all varieties and surrender only unto me, Krishna is saying. Okay? Everyone good with that? Yeah? All right, next one. Aham tvam sava papebhyo. Again. Aham tvam sarva papebhyo. What does that mean? The guys?
All simple reactions.
Yeah. Yeah, but what's he saying? Of all, he's not saying to deliver you yet, but he's saying all your sinful reactions, right. Yeah, he's about to say what he's going to do with them, but that line itself is saying all your sinful reactions, I, for you, and then he's about to say what he's going to do. Last line. Moksha yishyami ma suchaha. Again. Moksha yishyami ma suchaha. Does anyone recognize the word in that? Moksha yishyami? Moksha, right? Moksha's in there, right? So it's easy. So that's what happens when we start to learn, especially Bhagavad-gita slokas are very simple. We start to remember Sanskrit words. Like we see that Moksha yishyami, ma suchaha. We see again and again Krishna's using the same words. So we all know that word, moksha, right? Will deliver, liberate. So what does that mean? Moksha yishami ma suchaha. What does that mean? Yeah, I'll deliver you, do not worry. What's he delivering him from? Sinful reactions, pape bil, right? Huh? Sarva pape bil, all the sinful reactions. Does he say just like half your sinful reactions and the rest of them you're going to have to suffer? No, he's saying all. So does someone want to go through and just speak this sloka using the red lines, but kind of make the, make the grammar right, but without just reciting what you know, just read this sloka. Someone want to have a go? Emma? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
All your sinful reactions, I will deliver, don't worry.
Very good. Yeah. Okay. Is that more engaging than just learning the English? Yeah? Yeah? It is, right? You guys are already doing this, I think. Some of you? Yes. Show me. I don't know about that. To me, it looks like there's not enough room between the. Here, I'll stop here. Take this and just pass them around. Yeah, I'm good at being spaced out. I'm a space case. I use my spaced out nature to write sloka cards. Yeah, and yeah, you just want to try to get it like really spread it out so that each word is a thing, right? And don't worry too much about like if you can see what I've done here. I think in the word for word, I think Srila Prabhupada's written something like maybe there's 3 or 4 words, but you can just use one word. It's all right. Like you know what it means as long as the meaning is the same. Sometimes for this exercise, like when Prabhupada's giving line by every word meaning, sometimes he might use 5, 6 words to translate a Sanskrit word, but you can't write 6 words here. So Prabhupada's happy if we're learning them. You might, I think for here I said a couple of these. I just put one word, surrender, instead of I can't remember what it was, but yeah, I'm just saying you can. Let me give an example. Here you go. Bhaktaram Jagyatapasam, beneficiary sacrifices, penances, penances. Yagya sacrifices and tapasam. And sometimes you do have to separate them, but sometimes it's really obvious. Jagya tapasam. Tapasam is penances and austerities, and jagya means sacrifice. So you can, sometimes you can separate them. Sava, all. So sava loka, that's an example. Like, you can separate that. Sava means all. It's right there. Loka means the planets. And Maha Ishvara means the Supreme Lord. So see how you've just said Sava Loka Maheshwara means all planets and the demigods thereof the Supreme Lord. You know what I mean? Like you can, if you can be a bit more specific by saying Sava means all, bang. Loka, all the planets. Loka means all the worlds, the planets. And then Maheshwara means the Supreme Lord. So if you can refine it a bit, even if it's not refined in the word for word. Yeah. You want to be a bit intelligent with it. Unless if you don't know, that's fine. But with something like that, that's very obvious. Sava means all, Loka means the worlds. Or you can ask one of the senior devotees, I'll tell you. Or you can look at you can look at the same word. If do you have a computer for Veda-based looking? You can just search. Yeah, you can just search on your phone. What does Loka mean? It's more specific than just translating it. You get the idea what I'm saying? You don't want to just write out the word for word. You want to be a bit more specific. You see on the cards there? Did you guys go look at the cards? All right. Let's have a look at what are some of the things, when we looked at why learn slokas, let's have a look at how these are fulfilled, in this verse. They help us remember essential points. So what are the essential points of philosophy in this verse that we just did? Sorry? Surrendering, yeah. The importance of surrendering to Krishna. Yeah. Having faith in Krishna. Yeah. What about, can we give not just a word, like let's give, like, do you want to go surrendering? Like what about surrendering? What about surrendering? Like, what is this verse telling us about surrendering? I didn't hear, sorry. Say again? No. Well, just go. What is the verse telling us about surrender?
To not have fear of it, and that give up all other religions.
Yeah? Yeah? Okay. Yeah.
And so that also, it will clear your karma and the sinful reactions. Yeah.
Yeah. So very good. Yeah. So if we surrender, give up other religions and surrender to Krishna, we get? Yeah. But we get free from sinful reaction. Yeah. And fearlessness. Yeah. Okay, what else? What are some other points that we can make here? Now, I'll just say this is also kind of combined with number 4. We'll do number 1 and 4 together, because we can just quote part of the verse means that we know the concept of that, but that bit of the verse, that bit of the verse. So this is the same thing. What essential point of philosophy? So we'll kind of do 1 and 4 here together. So what are some of the parts of the verse that we might want to quote? Separate parts of the verse. Yep.
Verse, the last words, suchaha, is, and I think this is the last thing that Krishna says, right? Or the last kind of
One
instruction.
Of the last. Yeah, one of the very last. Yeah.
Well, the first instruction that Krishna gives is in 2:11 when he says, asochas anvasochas twam, and then nanu sochanti paditaha.
Yeah.
So it's the same word there at the start and at the end.
Yeah.
Kind of like the kind of bookending the
very
Gita
good.
in
Wow.
this one thing.
Nice point. Yeah, very good. What else? Just a point that's there. Well, yeah, Krishna's first instruction is asochanam vasochas tvam pragyavaram sabhasa. He says, you're lamenting for what's not worthy of lamenting over, the material body, and you're lamenting over it. It's not worthy of lamentation. Sucha, sochati. And then at the end he says, and don't worry, because I'll take care of this. So he's saying it's bookending. He starts with that fear concept, worry, all that stuff. He says, you're worrying for it, and then he gives the whole Bhagavad-gita, and then he says, and you don't have to worry now, because I've given you the answer. You can surrender this to me, to this process, and you won't fear anymore. Is that, what bookending means? Bookending means like the two. Yeah. Yeah. In terms of philosophical concept, it's like he starts with that and he ends with that, and everything else is in between.
There's also the aspect of, this is a really big thing, and this is the thing that Prabhupada keeps hammering home to us. It really pushes the point that not only is Krishna able to take away all the bad things we've ever done and give us complete fearlessness, complete, everything we've ever wanted, really, peace, everlasting peace, but he also, he loves us, he just loves us so much. That only someone who loves you can do that for you.
Yeah. And yes, Emma?
I'm not sure, but if point 1 and 4, so
yeah.
I was thinking, when would I quote this part of the verse? And for example, when we talk about different religious activities as rituals, for example, to worship demigods, and how the demigods are parts of the body of Krishna. Krishna is the supreme recipient of the yagyas.
Yep.
So then, for example, it would be abandon all former religious sarvadharma parityaja. Only surrender unto me. I don't know. Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah. So the point about do we need to worship so many different people, Krishna's saying no. And especially what he's saying is don't surrender to them. Like, we can't go to the petrol station and chant Hare Krishna into our petrol tank. Well, we can, but the guy behind us will probably be looking and think, wow, them guys have really lost it now. But are we surrendering to the attendant? Are we surrendering to the petrol station attendant? No. We're not surrendering to them, are we? I mean, we surrender $100 like I did today. $107 to fill my tank. So we I guess, partially surrender, right? But we're not, the thing is, we're not surrendering to that person. We're not going to them and saying, okay, I take shelter of you and you take charge of me, whatever you say, I'll accept that and I accept your protection. This is surrender, right? This is what bhakti is. So we're not surrendering to demigods. We're not surrendering to the person in the grocery store, whatever. We do have to interact with them. We have to interact with people in this world, but we're not surrendering to them.
Another point, I guess, that's in this verse, it's that when we act in Krishna consciousness, we don't...
Which does occasionally happen.
Occasionally. Unfortunately.
Sorry, keep going. Unfortunately, not more often.
When we act in Krishna consciousness, when we do devotional service, we are not accumulating any simple reactions. So the difference between acting, like activities that may look material on the outside, but if they actually are, if the mentality, the intention, and
yes, very good.
You know,
definitely.
So yeah.
Mentality, intention, exactly right. That's saranam, surrender, approaching, right? So we have that. Krishna says, don't worry about that. You ran over an insect in the Sankirtan vehicle or whatever. He's just like, don't worry, I'll take care of all that, right? What about other little points like that we might quote in a class, or we might hear Prabhupada say? Well, let's go. We're running out of time. Let's go to number, is it 5, 6 different shades of meaning? Let's continue this, but let's just add in different shades of meaning. What might Prabhupada use this verse for? I don't know if he has, but what could you use it for if you kind of turn it around the other way? Ram? No? You're smiling, so I thought you had something to add. Yep. Yes, very good. Yeah, very good. Now, actually, Prabhupada he actually did use this, now that I remember. In a lecture in Melbourne, somebody asked, Prabhupada, we have been in this world for thousands of lifetimes and we've done so many simple activities. So do we have to do so many pious activities to counteract that? And what did Prabhupada say? Essentially, he said, you're not reading Bhagavad-gita? You haven't read Bhagavad-gita? He says, what does it say there? Oh, okay. Prabhupada, and you can look it up. But so Prabhupada quotes this verse, and it says, he says, immediately in 1 second, he says, right? Moksha ishami masucha. Don't worry. Immediately he can deliver you, he's saying. It's not a karma kanda process. We have to do so many jagyas and this and this and this. Krishna said, no. But how do you get to that? How do you get to that point where Krishna is immediately... It's here. Surrender, right? Sharanam, right? See how much meaning we're churning out of this verse, because we know what each word means. So another way you could look at it is to say, if we're really fearful, what does that tell us about ourselves? We're not surrendered. If we're scared, oh my God, what might happen? Oh my God, I did this thing and this might happen. We're not surrendering. We're not surrendered. We don't have faith in this verse, right? That Krishna's going to, don't worry, he says. Do you think Krishna knows that we're not going to have faith in his words? Yeah. Why? Why do you think? Yeah, but why? But in relation to this verse, he says, "Don't worry." What does it happen when your friend tells you something and you're like, "Don't worry"? He's consoling. What do you call? Not consoling. What's the word? What was it him when he? No. It's not, he's not comforting. Assuring is almost there. Yeah. He's. Yeah, I think that's it. He's reassuring. Did you say that? Reassuring. Assuring, reassuring. We got that. He's reassuring him. He says, I'll save you from all sinful actions. And then he reassures him. Don't worry. Right? Don't worry. I got this. Amazing, right? Can you imagine? So, yeah, go on. No, you go.
When you said to 11, because up until then, Arjuna had given so many reasons why he shouldn't fight.
Yeah.
Do his duty. This dharma, that dharma, kula dharma, street dharma.
Yeah.
Everything was going to be ruined if he did this.
Everything Dharma.
So many dharmas.
So many Dharmas.
He was going to learn it too. In
Yeah.
scriptures and karma kanda and Vedas. So that's why in the end he's like, all your dharmas, give them up.
Yeah. So another thing, I've got one more. I said that already. If we're fearful. So we could, in our own head or present to other people, that if someone is very, very fearful of what can happen, everything's well, then they're not, if they surrender to Krishna, they'll overcome that fear. What happens when you tell someone, you're not this body? If someone's really in the bodily concept, and they're just like, I'm gonna die, I'm getting old. Sometimes our relatives are like that, right? They had no training in Krishna consciousness, and they're just like, oh, I'm getting old, and then there's this pause, and you see this look in their eyes, and you're just like, oh my God, you think you're the body, don't you? Not my kids, no, I'm talking about my up, yeah. Isn't it? Yeah, I know, obviously you did. Yeah, obviously. So you just like, and you want to say to them, Krishna's God and everything's all right. You're like, no, I can't say that. All right, have some more Govinda's copters, So what can you do? Just ply them with prasadam. But yeah, not different to us. Like Krishna's absolute. Thank you, Thomas. Very good. Yeah, and also saves us from hearing their nonsense philosophy as well, because it's hard to talk and eat at the same time. But tough telling prasadam with relatives. But you see this, right? If people are not surrendered to Krishna, or they don't have any concept of God, a controller, karma, there's reason, there's all these things. They don't have any concept of that. They're very fearful. They're very fearful, right? So we can see that. Any other meanings we can extract from this? Like separate meanings, how we can take things. Sharanam Vraja. Vraja means he's saying to go. Yeah, Ram?
Whenever I hear this verse, I just think of like this, what he's saying here is like, this is the ultimate meaning. And it's like everything else you do in your entire life, like whatever you do, like eating prasadam, like anything, the point is to try and surrender. So it's like, don't worry about if you're doing something like perfectly correct and everything. It's like, that's secondary, that's like yoga or like whatever.
Yeah.
The real meaning is like, are you surrendered or not? And all those things are just to help you on the way of that.
Yeah.
To reach that.
Yeah, very good. It takes away all the background noise. Oh my God, I'm not doing this, I'm not doing that. And Krishna says, don't worry about all that. Give up all those other dharmas. And actually, surrender is the thing. Very nice. I was also thinking the word vraja means to go, so surrender is like an active process, right? Sometimes in English we think of surrender like the troops surrendered after the Second World War or something. They're just kind of like, okay, don't shoot me. But that's not the sense of surrender. That's good. I think we've talked about this in terms of the word prapadyata as well, because pad means to propel. Sometimes prapadyata is said as surrender, but it means it's an active, and it's an action of moving towards. So here also he says, Sharanam Vraja, go. So if somebody tells you to go, they're not telling you to just lie down, do nothing. They're telling you to go and surrender to me, Krishna saying.
Yeah, I was just about to ask about that. Like, what does it look like, and how can we like practically surrender? Like, what are the actions and everything? Like, what does that look like?
It's the whole process of devotional service. Like Rama was saying, like we can do everything else, but if we're not surrendering. So surrendering really means, let me ask you guys. Everyone want to say? What does surrender mean? Tom? Huh? Yeah.
It's like a kind of state of consciousness, would you say, where things are happening in your life and you understand that you actually don't have any control over anything that happens. Maybe you understand that you know your desire or whatever, but ultimately the results of what you do you can't have any control over. So
that's an aspect of it, in seeing like ultimately, you know, Krishna is in control of everything. And it's right in there, that line, right? The word mam means unto me, right? So Krishna's saying like, it's surrender means making the decision to do something for Krishna's sake, not for our sake. So that's the essence of it. Anything else? Any other? Yeah. On surrender, like on this point, what surrender means?
This might be similar to the idea of the surrendering troop, hands in the air. But I've been described by senior devotees as like when
and that is an aspect of it. Like you put your hands in there and go,
yeah,
it's like,
right.
Okay, I give it,
Yeah.
But it's just, I'll just finish the example. I'll use the example that Srila Prabhupada gives, that after the whole Bhagavad-gita, when Arjuna said, okay, I'll surrender, he didn't say, all right, now I'll lie down on the chariot and you do it all. Because Krishna literally said, I've killed them all already. But he said, Nimitta matram bhavasavisachi, become my instrument. So it's becoming an instrument of Krishna. And what does an instrument do? Like, how great is a violin if it just lies on the floor and does nothing? Stradivarius, whatever, $10,000 violin. Doesn't make a sound. Who cares? But the instrument makes sound. The instrument is active. So we're Krishna's instrument, right? Nimitta matram bhavasavisachi, he says. So the surrendering process is becoming, and this is the answer, I guess, or one answer, of becoming an instrument of Krishna. So Krishna can play on us, right? There's such a nice pastime when Lord Chaitanya was asked about Krishna Leela by a devotee called Pradyumna Mishra. And he said, do you want to hear about Krishna Leela? You need to go and talk to Ramananda Roy, because he's the one that knows about it all. So Ramananda Roy, and there's a whole pastime and everything. And in that pastime, it's a whole chapter of Chaitanya Charitamrita, but it showed the glory of his devotee by this other devotee asking, and there was a whole interaction. I won't explain the whole thing. But at the end of that chapter, it says that Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is like an artist, and his devotees are like the colors that he makes these beautiful artworks with, and for his own satisfaction. He's very pleased when he sees that. He just thinks, wow, like it's such a beautiful pastime where this whole interaction, the interaction of his devotees. And it's the Lord's pleasure to see that. Like, just like an artist finds pleasure in making a beautiful artwork. So that surrender is to become a part of the Lord's artwork, of his beautiful artwork, right? Yeah, it's beautiful. Yeah.
What I was described as before was it's like you have to become peaceful. Right now you're a cat. You're basically a cat taking a bath. Like cats will do anything not to get in the bath.
Yeah.
And Krishna wants you to be his instrument, but you're acting like a 2-bob watch. And Krishna wants you to be a Rolex. So if you surrender to him, then you can be very pleasurable.
Cats taking baths, Rolex and 2-bob watches, man. You're on a roll.
Very elevated. No, this is not me. This is very senior devotee.
Yeah. No, but it's good. Good examples.
Does surrendering also mean letting go of expectations and results, and you kind of just follow with the actions? Yeah,
100%. Yeah, there's two aspects to it. There's always two aspects to everything. There's how are we dealing with the material energy and how are we dealing with the spiritual energy. There's always those two questions. We've been talking about how we deal with the spiritual energy. We're trying to surrender to Krishna. We're chanting his name. We're trying to understand what he wants for us. We're trying to do what he wants to do. then the other question is, how are we dealing with the material energy? And this is that, what you've just said, right? How do we deal with the material energy by surrendering? It's like we give up, you know, that things have to go like this in the material world externally, you know. And that's 100% symptom of surrender. Yeah, that. And you see, you know, advanced devotees. I remember one time I was sort of faced with a bit of a surrendering issue, and my spiritual master was there out of his mercy. He said to me that, you know, when I was temple president of Calcutta Temple, I was sacked and reinstated 13 times. I said, what? What? He said, yeah, such and such, and I won't name the name. Such and such devotee was the GBC at the time. And this is very early days. Like the temple had been there for 6 months and there was 4 devotees. You know, it was like pioneering days of the movement in India. And he was one of those students. So he said, such and such devotee was a GBC, and he would come through the temple and he would be so fried with, you know, my lack of mantra or whatever. He would say, we'd say, you're not temple president anymore. You can't, you're hopeless, finished. And then after 3 days he would leave again to go on, and then he'd look around and he'd go, all right, I appoint you again, you're temple president again. And then he'd leave. So I said, how did you deal with that? And he's so surrendered, he just said, you know what he said to me? He just said, well, you've got to have some service. And I just, oh my God, like, that's surrender. You know, and it wasn't done, it wasn't like, there was nothing in his heart. It was just like, temple president, not temple president again, not like, it was just like, he was so unattached, as you speaking to your point, he was so unattached to the outcome that it was just like, okay. And I was like, oh, okay. That's what surrender looks like. Okay, I mean, I've read the word, but now I can see, you know, what it actually means. Right? Yeah. Okay?
Sharanam, surrender, also means like shelter.
Yeah.
So it means like,
yeah.
when you give up everything else, you can actually find shelter.
Yeah, that's such a good point, right? That's what this verse is saying, right? Sarvadhamma parijjhāya is the prerequisite to Sharanam, right? Without giving other things. How can we... Well, there's that really nice, following Srila Prabhupada, which... Hari Vilas Prabhu, right? Hari Vilas Prabhu, you know what I'm talking about? He gives the definition of humility. And one time he asked Srila Prabhupada, what is the definition of humility? Oh, we got to finish. I didn't see the time. Huh? It's okay. And he said, humility means that the only thing that can help you is the mercy of Krishna. He said, not your education, not your money, not your learning, not your birth, your country, not your family, not your friends, not your possessions, nothing else. Is that the word he used? Nothing else can make you, save you, yeah. Nothing else can save you except the mercy of Krishna, of God. That's humility. So, same concept, right? So here we're hearing Sarvadhamma parijjhāya, after you abandon all religion. So there's another meaning. See, we're churning, we're getting meanings out of this because we're looking at the things. So what's the meaning we just got? Is that you can only surrender to Krishna fully when you've given up all other forms of support and so forth in this world. Right? You can't surrender to Krishna until you give up. So he's telling. So that's another way. So it's another example. We're getting these different meanings are coming out. Whenever we're depending on, you know, I'm intelligent, you know, or I'm very beautiful, and you know, I have a rich family supporting. Whenever we have all these other things that we're taking shelter of and depending on, leaning on. You know, sometimes they say in management, you know, a person leans on their position. You know, I'm the CEO, whatever. They're leaning on position. But whenever we're leaning on taking shelter of taking strength from other things, we can't actually depend on Krishna. Who says that very famously in Srimad Bhagavatam? Queen Kunti, right? Janma, Aishwarya, Shuta, Shribi, right? Janma, birth, Aishwarya, opulence, Shuta, learning, Shribi, wealth, beauty, sorry. Edamana Madapuman, Naiva Hatya Vidatum Vai, Tvam Akinchana Gotram. So sometimes it's called like Akinchana Krishna, right? I think he's Akinchana Krishna Prabhu. Akinchana means what? Kinchana means with no possessions. So Krishna gives himself to the ones that's not depending on other things. We'll end there. Right? So that's essentially what this verse is saying. And so I hope you enjoyed that or got something from that. We can do the ongoing kind of discussion, but I just thought we'll present that today of how. So I used to, when I was a bhakta, I used to take these. I'd write in the start of the day. I'd spend half an hour reading Srimad Bhagavatam, and I'd write one sloka. Often it was what I liked. Like I'd find one and go, "Whoa, that's incredible," and I'd write that down. So I would just keep it with me all day. Say I was doing the pots, put it up there, sits there. So while I'm doing the pots, I'm learning the sloka, right? Driving out to go on book distribution, whatever. Oh, I'm reading the sloka, right? Not while I'm driving, but don't do it while you're driving. But if you do it this way, I know it's kind of old school, but some things are timeless. You can actually you can put it up there, and while you're doing other things, you can learn. And then 30 years later, you'll be sitting here going, wow, it's really good to learn slokas. No, that's not the fruit of it. The fruit of it is that you'll be living a life with the scriptures, with actually seeing the world through the vision of these, not the vision of someone that's designing an algorithm to take your money, to incite your lower passions and make you stay on a certain thing, not someone that's trying to influence you this. You're getting the vision, you're living the world, seeing through the eyes of who? The great sages who gave up everything. Rupa Goswami, Sanatana Goswami, they had everything. They were heads of this huge multi-10 million, 20, 30, 40 million dollar person kingdom. They were in charge of like 50 million people. Imagine a kingdom. And they gave all that up to study scriptures. And then they gave us the essence of this, how we can be truly happy in this world. You come to see the world through the eyes of those people, which is really the great fruit of it. So, all right, thank you very much. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Bhaja Hude Mana Sri Nanda Nandana Abhay Charanara Bindode Abhay Bhajahure Manasi Nanda Nandana Abhay Charanara Bindore Bhajahure Abhay Charanara Dulabha Manava Janam Satsange Dulabha Manava Dulabha Manava Janam Satsange Taroho E Bhava Sindhure Taroho E Bhava Sindhure Bhajahure Manasi Nanda Nandana Abhay Charanara Vindore Bhajahure Manasi Nanda Nandana Sito Atapa Matabharisana Edina Jamini Jagire Sito Atapa Matabharisana Edina Jamini Sito Atapa Matabharisana Edina Jamini Jagire Bifale se vinu Kripana dujana Bifale se vinu Kripana dujanam Bifale se vinu Kripana dujanam Bifale se vinu Kripana dujanam Chapala Sukaraba Lagire Chapala Sukaraba Lagire Bhajahure Manasi Nanda Nandana Abhay Charanara Bindore Idana Dovana Putra Parijana Iteki Ache Paratitire Idana Dovana Putra Parijana Idana Dovana Putra Parijana Iteki Ache Paratitire Kamala dala jala jivana talamala. 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 Bajahu haripado nitire. Bajahu haripado nitire. Bajahu re manasi nanda nandana. Abhay charanar vrindo re. Shravana kirtana smarana vandana pada sevana dasya re. Smarana vandana pada sevana. Shravana kirtana smarana vandana pada sevana dasya re. Kirtana smarana vandana pada sevana dasya re. Pujana sakhi jana atma nivedana. 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 Govinda dasa bhilasya re. Govinda dasa bhilasya re. Pajahu re manasi nanda nandana. Abhay charanar vrindo re. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Sri Sri Radha Govardhan Hari ki. Shiva Jaya Jaya Gaura Chande Aratika Supha Janavi Tatvane Jagamana Lopa Ibadakine Nitai Jan Mami Godata Nikate Advaita Srini Vasachatra Dada Kibobosi Ache Gauratan Ratna Singha Kane Arati Korena Brahma Adideva Gane Nara Hare Hare Koti Samaratulaya Sanjaya Mukunda Pasu Gosadigaya Diva Sankar Bhaje Ganta Bhaje Bhaje Karo Kala Madhura Medanga Vade Paramarasana Sanka Bade Ganta Bade Madhur 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 Bade 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 Madhur 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 Bade মাধুর 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 বাজে নিতাই গৌর হরি বল হরি বল হরি বল নিতাই গৌর হরি বল নিতাই গৌর হরি বল হরি বল হরি বল নিতাই গৌর হরি বল হিববহ কৌতে চন্দ্র যিনি বদনায়ুজান কালা দেশে বনমাল করে জলমাল শিব শিবা সুখ নারদ প্রেমী গাত গাত भक्ति विनोद देखे गौरार संपाद जय जय गौरचंदे अरुतिक शोभा जानवितात पाने जगमानलो फा गौरंगेन रुतिक शोभा जगजन मानलोभा गौरंगे रुतिक शोभा जगजन मानलोभा गौरंगे रुतिक शोभा जगजन मानलोभा गौरंगे रुतिक शोभा जगजन मानलोभा जगजन मानलोभा जगजन मानलोभा निताय गौर हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल निताय गौर हरि बोल निताय गौर हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल नमः ओम विष्णुपदाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदान्त स्वामी निति नामिने Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Procharine Nirvisesa Sunyabadi Pasyatyadesu Tarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga Dai, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Gaur Haribo, 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 Haribo. Nitai Gaur Haribo, 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 Gaura Haribo. Oh, Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Haribo. Srila Prabhupada ki Sri Radha Govardhan Hari ki Sri Krishna Balaram ji ki jai, Giriraj Govardhan Hari ki jai, Sri Gaunitai ki jai, Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda ki jai. Go.
Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste Narasimhaya. Allah, Allah, the dying Hiranyakashipu Vaksha Ilatankya Nakalaye Ito Nrsimha Bharato Nrsimha Yato Yato Yami Tato Nrsimha Baye Nrsimha Hidaye Nrsimha Baye Nrsimha Hidaye Nrsimha Singhamading Savanam Prapade Davakara Kamalavari Nakam Mabuta Singham Dalita Hiranyakasipu Tanubringa Keshavadrita Narari Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Karakamala Hare Nakam Bhutta Singha Jaya Jagadisha Hare Keshavadrita Narari Rupa
Jai Jagadish Hare, Jai Jagadish Hare, Jaya Jagadish Hare. Jaya Nrsimha Dev, Jaya Nrsimha Dev, Nrsimha Dev, Jaya Nrsimha Dev. Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj. Sringadev Bhagavan ki, Prahlad Maharaj ki. Go Premanandi. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Jai Gaura Premanandi. Rudhyascha Kripasundar Devaccha Patitam. Jai. These ones you can do the. I mean, I've adjusted it, but I can't count it. There's so many of them. Actually, ancestry was there. Most Australians have some origin.
Yeah, I think the Aussie accents is a mix of Cockney, maybe some Dutch, and Irish.
demon was slain.